test. Great. Okay. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here at the Tank Museum this morning and for the rest of the day to support this on-track event for looking after the well-being of our armed forces community, but also our emergency services community as well. My name is Paul Fox, and I am the head of the government's Money and Pension Service for the southwest of England. And I won't bore you with too much technical detail, but we are a body really that under statute, our role is to try and look after the financial well-being of people in this country. In particular, those people who are financially vulnerable or struggling or are squeezed right now. The last 18 months has been nothing short of a disaster in many ways. But for those households and individuals who were experiencing money difficulties prior to that, this pandemic has only exacerbated their circumstances. So I'm here today. I'm already working with the MOD and some veterans organisations to try and support people across the whole of the region who are having challenges with their money. But what we're going to do this morning, just for 15-20 minutes, is look at some of the areas that the Money and Pension Service can help you with, can help your colleagues with, can help your friends and families with. And then there'll be a period at the end if anybody's got any questions. I won't be offended if there aren't, because a lot of the time people that bottle that at the end of the presentation, so I don't mind. But I'm being live streamed, so I understand. So you can always pick up on these things afterwards and so on. So I'm going to talk about money for a few minutes, perhaps not in the way that you might think about talking about money. I think the first thing to say is that in this country, we're not very good at talking about money. We're pretty poor about talking about money. If you're growing up and your parents, for example, don't talk about money around the dinner table or at the weekends when you're out doing sports and clubs or whatever it is, the chances are that you're going to grow up and not be very confident about talking about money yourselves. And that affects a lot of people. And what that manifests itself in is people are transitioning into adulthood and they simply lack the confidence, the knowledge, and the basic competencies, a lot of people, to make positive behavioural decisions about their money. And there's things that we can do about that. There's things that we can change around that. There are 5 main areas that the Money and Pension Service focus on. And I'm going to use my little clicker here to see if I can get to them, which is here. So we focus firstly on financial education for children and young people and young families. Our school system doesn't have a particularly fantastic financial education process embedded with it. A lot of the academisation of schools, they can set their own agendas. There is a brief element, I think, during year 12 when they have a little bit of money guidance education, but not a lot. And young families are getting into the end of their teens, moving into their early 20s, and they've just not had that background in basics like budgeting or credit or, the use of risk. What's risky about money and what isn't? So we do a lot of work around that. We also look at savings or financial resilience, a nation of savers, we've called it. Something that this pandemic has highlighted is that across the southwest, the lack of financial resilience in many hundreds of thousands of households is very, very scary. And none of us expected a pandemic 18 months ago, clearly, but too many households still don't have enough money for even a small financial shock. It might be your washing machine blowing up. It might be the car needs £800 worth of repairs and you can't commute to your place of work. And so we're doing a lot of work around financial resilience and actually starting to encourage people and look at different ways that people can actually save money and actually build some resilience through different behaviour. We also look at credit, and credit is a conversation I've already had several times this morning with various people. We're particularly concerned about the use of high-cost, short-term credit by people who need those funds to live week to week. And there are alternatives out there to the likes of payday loans and to the likes of buy now, pay later. And we are concerned that there are not enough people who are accessing some of the alternate credit products. Now, credit in itself is okay. Actually, we need credit to make the economy go round. You know, we've all used it. We've all maxed out our credit cards on occasion. But thinking about the different decisions you can make is something that the Money and Pension Service can help you all with. The fourth main element of our work is perhaps the most difficult in some ways, and that's around debt. There are around and about 11 million households in England who we consider over-indebted at the moment. The pandemic is only going to exacerbate that, and we do not think that the demand for debt advice, which we fund, which is free and independent and impartial, we're probably not going to see that spike until maybe the second half of next year. And that's right across the southwest. Primary reason is that people bury their head in the sand when they're in trouble with debt. It's a taboo subject. We feel embarrassed, we feel shamed, and we shouldn't. There are people there who you can talk to, who can support you. I think that across the southwest, far more people should be talking to us about debt advice and professional help. Drop onto Google on your iPad and punch in debt advice Yeovil, and it will come up with the first dozen links will be institutions who want to either take a fee or push you towards a free solution to get you out of your debt problem. We do not want anybody to pay for debt advice in this country. Money and Pension Service, through partners like Citizens Advice, provide free, impartial and independent debt advice across this country in England. And I would urge anybody who's watching this either live or watching it on record or is in the room, if you have people who are friends or neighbours or in your household, if you think they're struggling with debt, please encourage them to come and talk to us. We have professionals who can help you and work through your problems with you. We do not want people suffering in silence at all. The last major tranche of our work is pensions. I was having a conversation with a major this morning, and we were talking about pensions. Now, military pensions are notoriously complicated, and I'm not even going to attempt to say that I understand them in any way, shape or form. But generally speaking, again in this country, we're not very good at engaging with our pensions early enough in life. I remember I turned 50 last year, and if I go back halfway through my life, mid-20s, I didn't give a monkey's about pensions. It was completely irrelevant. Why would I want to spend money on something that is never going to happen? I'm never going to be old. You know, my meagre wages are on going out at the weekends and buying a new pair of trainers, and that was all I was bothered about. But as you start to get older, your responsibilities in life change. You maybe get married, you settle down, you start a family, your career, whether you've been in the military or not, you may exit the military and transition into Civvy Street and do something else. But we tend to start to think about our retirement only within 2 or 3 years of when we're actually due to retire. And by that point, it may actually be a bit too late to make any structural differences to your finances in retirement. You might have left it too late. So a lot of our work is about connecting people with their pensions earlier in life, but actually starting to encourage behavioural change as to how people can go about thinking about it. You know, it may well be that you can't make that extra stretch, and I completely understand that, but there are ways to think about longer term monetary issues within your household that are actually very positive, and we can help with that. Any of you in the room who've got pensions, I probably imagine most of you have got some pension connections. If you are 50 years older or older in this country and you have a defined contribution pension from a previous employment or a current employment, and you're eligible for a free appointment with government's Pension Wise programme. I actually did it myself in the summer. I'm not a pensions professional at all, but it's an hour's consultation with a seriously good pensions professional. They will take you through all the different options, and this is for all you out there in the ether who are watching this live or on record as well. They will help you look at the choices that you've got. What they won't do is say, oh, put it into Pension Pot Smith Limited or Jones Limited. We're impartial, we're independent. We have no commercial links at all, but they will explain to you what your options are. You might be able to say, well, I'm kind of hoping to retire at 65. Great. You're 52 now. What are the next 13 years going to look like for you? And what decisions and questions around your pension are you going to have to think about? Equally, if you're not on a defined contribution, you might be public sector. So you might be in the military, you might be in the emergency services, work for a local authority, it doesn't matter. A lot of you will have different pension structures. Equally, come along and talk to us at Money Helper, which is our consumer-facing brand, and there'll be lots of these available outside if you want to grab one afterwards. We can help you understand your pensions. I had a gentleman this morning who was with his partner. Both of them had served in the armed forces, and he retired from the forces 15 years ago. It shocked me. He had no idea whatsoever what had happened to his military pension. He said, I've had no paperwork in 15 years. What do I do? I'm going to be 55 in 5 years' time, he said. I was able to put him in touch and give him the details of one of our pension guidance specialists. He's going to go and have that conversation. We will help him track his pension down and understand what his options are with that. He's gone away happy. That's made my day. So, you know, if he's able to do that, let's do that for a lot more people. There are lots of different things we could look at in terms of everyday money, but I'm not here to teach you to suck eggs really this morning. What I do want to say is that there are opportunities for all of us in life to make the most of the money and pensions that we've got, and that's what we are here for at the Money and Pensions Service. Money Helper is our consumer-facing brand. It went live in June of this year, and I'm going to go right to the end so you can see what Money Helper logo looks like. There you go, on the bottom right. Money Helper. Now, Money Helper has a wide array of free-to-use resources, tools, and content for literally any financial circumstance in your life. A lot of financial concerns actually develop when there's been some form of economic shock in your life. It may be you've lost your job or changed your job. It may be that you've become ill and you're unable to work. It might well be that sadly there's a bereavement in the family, or perhaps a split with a partner. Any of these things typically cause an economic shock in the household. People panic, they don't know where to turn, they don't know what questions to ask. There is so much information out, particularly online, commercial organisations wanting to try and make money out of you in some way. Come and see us at Money Helper, and we can talk to you independently and impartially about some of those choices that you've got. Equally, your kids. Let's think about kids for a moment. Those of you with families, I was fortunate, I feel. My dad ran a company when I was young, and so he talked about money in his day job all the time, and he actually talked me a little bit about money at night. You know, I knew what a bank account was, 12 years old, 13 years old. I had the NatWest pigs for any of us of a particular age, which certainly you youngsters at the front won't have a clue what I'm talking about. But, you know, I had a piggy bank. And I understood a little bit about budgeting and a bit about saving, and I could actually undo my sister's piggy bank with a paper clip, which was a nice trick as well back at the time. I still haven't fessed up to that 35 years later, by the way. But talking to your kids, for example, about money, or your friends and their kids is absolutely vital. We've got some great resources for parents, carers, grandparents, to talk to youngsters about money and to start to allow them to explore what it means to buy something, what it means to put something aside and save for something. They don't necessarily have to worry about the pensions at age 8, that's not what I'm saying, but having the confidence and getting young people the more young people we can get to grow up and have a better financial education are going to have a more positive financial future. And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to earn a lot of money. We'd all probably love to earn more money. You know, it's something that's embedded in us. But at the Money and Pension Service, our sole role is to help you. It's to help everybody across the military community, the veterans community. For me in the Southwest, I'm working with charities who are supporting veterans who are in crisis. And part of that crisis is because they've got financial worries and concerns. There are quantified links to mental health challenges if you're having financial challenges. We know that about 1 in 5 people who presents to a GP in the Southwest with mental health concerns, underpinning that is financial concerns. So we're actually getting involved with the NHS now in what's called social prescribing. So the GP is able to talk to that particular patient and is able to signpost to the Money and Pension Service. It doesn't mean that the mental health concerns won't be treated, but if the underlying problem is they owe £30,000, let's get that underlying problem dealt with. And we're here to help. We're at a military event and an emergency services event today, and it's a real privilege for me to be here. I live in Dorchester, so it was a really good commute for me in this morning. This was great, but not the only reason I'm here, I hasten to add. And I'm doing some work with the MOD at the moment across the Southwest, and we're giving money guidance training to some of the young soldiers. So unit by unit, they're being instructed. You will be on Zoom at 9 o'clock on a Friday morning, and by God, all 200 of them are. It's great. The 3-line whip. I wish I had that in other walks of life. But we're talking to these young men and women about budgeting, about loan sharks, about what to look out for in terms of credit, about your partner at home who may be raising a young family. Maybe you're abroad and you haven't seen them for 6, 9 or 12 months because you're serving. What sort of financial conversation should you be having under those circumstances? And it's really important. So the more that we can reach younger people and younger families and have these conversations, the better equipped they're going to be as they get older through life. And that's absolutely crucial. And that's what financial well-being is about, really. It's a phrase that only came about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Back in the 1970s, everybody started talking about health and safety. Ew, put a hard hat on if you're working with steel, for example. Nobody really bothered too much before that. 10, 15 years ago, we started talking about mental health a lot more, particularly in the workplace. But more generally wider in society. And nobody really thought about financial well-being until perhaps about 5 or so years ago. And it's now become actually a triumvirate. You know, physical health, mental health, and financial health are 3 crucial factors that we can all work on at any point in our lives. And that financial well-being, third of that wider sort of well-being agenda, is something that you can all develop. You're never too old. It doesn't matter whether you're single, married. It doesn't matter whether you've got a huge family. It doesn't matter whether you're isolated. We want to help those people, particularly who are struggling and who are vulnerable. One of the things that we know in the Southwest about debt is that we know there's a tsunami of debt on the way. And the way people deal with debt quite frequently is that they'll max out their credit card first, then they'll max their overdraft out, then they'll maybe tap up the bank of mum and dad, and maybe then and only then will about a third of them think, do you know what, I actually need some professional guidance, I need some help. Any of you in this room today, anybody listening out there on this live stream, if you know somebody who's struggling with debt, get them to call us. Call Money Helper. We've got people there that can help you. Now, I'm conscious of about 10 minutes. I'm going to fling open the room for any questions. I don't expect a deluge because nobody tends to ask questions under these circumstances. But if you have got any questions, please feel free to fire away. There's another few topics I'm going to cover if not. But if anybody wants to ask me anything, then go right ahead. Good morning, ma'am. Oh, I am sorry. I'm supposed to say, please could you wait for the microphone? My error. Technician at the back, apologies for that. I was only told 4 times before this started.
I started my... It's not working.
It's not going out loud.
It's going into the ether.
I started my first pension 30 years ago when my daughter was born. And over the intervening period of time, I got probably half a dozen pensions.
Yeah.
Because every time I started a new job, I'd start a new pension with that
Yeah.
company. I have no idea what's happened to the vast majority of those pensions over the last 30 years. So how do I go about finding them?
Do you have paperwork for any and all of them?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
The
The government...
latter ones,
Yeah,
yes.
but maybe
probably
not
the
some
last
of the
2 or
ones
3.
from...
Not the early ones, not the
Okay.
one from 1992, no.
Okay.
And the thing is, I've moved house several times in that period, changed my name due to
Yeah.
marriage and divorce, and things like that. And because of that, things have just vanished.
It's not an uncommon situation. I'll provide you an answer for that in a second, but it's not uncommon at all. If you go back 30, 40 years, broadly speaking, people tended to go into unemployment at a young age, and you're probably going to be in it for 40, 45, 50 years. So you had that one pension pot or that one pension scheme. That just isn't the way the world works anymore. I have several pots from different employments over the years, and it is easy to lose track. And I mentioned paperwork. I get my annual pension statement through from one provider. It runs to 28 pages. 28 pages, they can do it in one. You know, it's full of jargon, it's far too technical, and most of us tend to file it in the circular file to the right-hand side of our desk. To answer your question, there is help available for that. The government has a pension tracing service, okay? And they will be able to help you locate and track down all those individual pensions from your 30 years or so of career. So when we've finished in here, which is in about sort of 5 or 6 minutes time, if you want to come over to the Money and Pensions desk that I'm staffing today, I'll get those details for you. And you can contact them. I think, I haven't used it myself, but I think, you know, if you've got details of where you worked, during roughly what time periods you work, there'll be other details they want. But yeah, the government can help you trace those pensions. We are currently working on a pensions dashboard at the Money and Pensions Service, which we're hoping is going to go live at some point in the nearest future. And the pensions dashboard is going to be an opportunity for everybody in the country to see where all their different pensions are at one time. It's perhaps long overdue. It's a phenomenally big piece of work for obvious reasons. There are about 40 or so thousand different pension providers in this country, so it's a massive logistical challenge. But keeping track of those pensions is absolutely crucial, so we can help you out with that, and we'll do so afterwards. Did anybody else want to ask anything, or I'm going to touch on a specific topic if not? Okay. Well, I'm going to talk for a little bit, just till the end, for another sort of 4 or 5 minutes, about a topic that has come up several times when I've been providing money guidance sessions to the military community. And I've done about 8 sessions this year with various units, and it's been coordinated by a major out of Tidworth, and she is the SO2 Life Skills Lead. So her role is to equip these young men and women with various different life skills that will be of value to them, not just when they transition out of the military, but throughout their whole life. And one of those is around money. And one of the topics that's come up is around scams and loan sharking. And actually the military community are quite vulnerable to loan sharks and to scams. There are a wide variety of reasons for that, but a lot of the time it's because, particularly with serving personnel, a lot of them don't actually have too much day-to-day contact with their own personal finances. It may be that you've got a spouse or a partner at home who perhaps handles the money, so you don't actually deal with it or interact with it a lot yourself. And that's okay. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it can sometimes make you vulnerable to people who want to fleece your hard-earned money. I know of stories of loan sharks. I work with the England illegal money lending team to stop loan sharks, and young serving personnel have been targeted in places that they socialise, the gym and the pub. It's not uncommon for loan sharks to hang around in the local boozer and catch somebody when they're running out of money or a bit short at the end of the night and they've had 2 or 3 pints. So, well worth 5 minutes of your day, all of you and anybody listening, is get onto the Money Helper website and have a look at the information we've got around scams and around loan sharking. If I can send you away with anything today, it's very probably to look at that. There are people being fleeced of their pensions in this country right now. The average amount of money that people are losing in a pension scam is scary. It is in excess of £100,000. You've worked your whole lives for that. It's yours. You deserve it. And I don't want to see anybody take any of their hard-earned accruement for retirement off any of you, and off any of you listening. So please, go and have a look at the information on Money Helper about scams, pension scams, but other sort of scams as well. You know, we've all seen them in there. I think 3 times in the last fortnight, Amazon have emailed me to tell me that my account's been suspended. I don't think Amazon would be pleased if their comms lead, who was sending that out, realised what an appalling speller they were, because every 3rd word was incorrectly spelt. Clearly it's a scam. The golden rule, you don't know who it is, delete it. Your bank, your building society, your credit card company will never contact you and ask for secure details over the phone. They will not do that. So if somebody is asking you for one-time passcodes or passwords, they're trying to scam you. So have a look at that on Money Helper and spread the word. Do me a favour if you would please and spread that word around, because the more we can make it difficult for these, and I won't swear this morning because I'm on camera, for these individuals to prey on those people who are financially vulnerable, then the better it is for individuals, the better it is for communities, and the better it is for all of us across the Southwest. And I'm conscious I've got about 60 seconds or so. I just want to wrap up, first of all, by saying thank you for spending half an hour of your morning when there's an incredibly fantastic tank exhibition going on out there to listen to me bang on about cash for 25, 30 minutes. But it's important. What we don't want to say is that there's nothing else out there in life apart from thinking about money. There truly is, and we need to embrace that. But your well-being is incredibly important throughout all stages of your life. I think if anything, this last 20 months or so of pandemic and lockdown 1 and 2 and 3 has taught all of us is that there's a lot more that we can do to look after our own well-being. Physical, mental and financial. And there are organisations across the Southwest who I'm currently working with or have worked with over the last 1.5 to 2 years who are doing some fantastic support work to support not only the wider military community and the wider emergency services community, but others across the Southwest who are struggling in some way, shape or form. I've worked with a fantastic charity in Cornwall who's working with about 80 veterans and their families who are struggling with mental health. You might think, well, 80 people, it's not a lot. But we were able to support them at the Money and Pension Service with a financial well-being element. They were getting first-class mental health support from this particular charity. And I spoke to the director only about 6 weeks ago, and over 18 months, they've helped in excess of 50% of those families to really improve their financial situations and their mental health. There is support out there for all of you, your families, your friends, your kids, your parents. It doesn't matter what your status or where you live. The Money and Pension Service simply exists to help you. It exists to help you make your lives better by thinking about money in a different way and by providing you with tools and resources and support that will help you at any stage of your life and any challenge or difficulty you might be in. So, Money Helper, it's www.moneyhelper.org.uk. It's all very bright and zoomy and flash done by my digital colleagues, but it really has got some very, very useful information on there. So please share it. I do have a stand, a small table over there. If you want to take any information away from there, you're more than welcome. Spread it out to your family and friends. And I hope out there in internet land, there's a few of you picking up on this as well. Please do visit moneyhelper.org. We're here to help you. And finally, I'd just like to say thank you very much again for all of you for coming to listen this morning, and enjoy the rest of your day looking at the tanks. I'm hoping to get 10 minutes at lunchtime. So thanks very much.
Wipe my nose. Oh, nice. What a lovely group. So, shall I start? Hello, I'm Harriet Laurie from the Horse Course, and with me is Professor Hemingway from Bournemouth University, who'll be speaking in a second. Thank you for coming. And we're going to talk about the Horse Course intervention, which is for people when talking isn't working, so it's an alternative to therapeutic options or behaviour interventions. And I think the easiest way to get your heads around it, rather than me describe it, is we'll watch a little 3-minute video, and then afterwards I'll tell you a bit more. The Horse Course is an intervention which helps people, particularly with anxiety and behaviour problems, if talking isn't working. We can teach skills, behavioural skills like calmness, focus, communication, in an action-based way. So we don't have to talk about anything, we just start doing with a horse, and the horse gives the feedback as to whether you're getting it right or wrong.
I did wonder how horses were going to help the horse course. I did wonder how children would benefit from that, like particularly children like Chris that's anxious and afraid, and he has ASD and ADHD. The biggest thing that I noticed first of all from Chris was that he came home smiling, biggest smile on his face, and he wanted to tell me all about what he'd been doing.
Kicking a ball is fun, but it also is a really good opportunity to practice having a strong focus on where you want it to go, stopping and setting your horse up exactly right, and following through on your plan. There are very few opportunities in life to practice being calm and know whether you're getting it right. And these horses will absolutely tell you, the second by second, whether you're getting more tense, less tense, and when you're completely calm.
You can talk about self-awareness, but I think they really allow you to feel that, oh yeah, I am still really uptight, and I've got to really become aware of how to bring myself down and relax and be neutral.
So that talked a little bit about how we teach calmness as a skill rather than thinking of anxiety as being a disease that you know you're ill and that's it. You'll have to take tablets for that for the rest of your life. We really think that if you can learn to calm yourself, even in difficult situations, that's a skill for life. So that's at the bottom of this star. This star we developed really early on, about 10 years ago, with the help of Bournemouth University. And these are the skills we're able to teach in this action-based context. And we use this star for referral, to guide the intervention as we're doing it, and for follow-up later. So it has been one of the many tools that Bournemouth have used to measure our efficacy on those soft outcomes, as well as some more hard outcomes that Anne will talk about in a minute. And here she is.
Oh yes, thank you very much. Hi, so I'm Professor Anne Hemingway from Bournemouth University. I'm a Professor of Public Health by background. I got involved with the horse course around 10 years ago, as Harriet mentioned, when she was working in the Young Offenders Institute with the horses, and got involved in getting the horse course going. Apologies for the top two of these, but I will talk about each level on this. So this is the hierarchy of evidence of effectiveness, which is used commonly to provide evidence of effectiveness for healthcare and mental health interventions. And it's used to establish a gold standard about what research should be done and how you can progress to that gold standard in any type of work that you're doing to try and show the impact or effectiveness of what you're offering. So at the bottom, there's internal evaluation, which most places do some kind of evaluation of their equine-assisted intervention. There's case studies where you share information about a particular case or group of cases and the outcomes that you've had. And there's expert opinion, where someone says that the work that you're doing is good and effective. And sometimes organisations say that. The second level is independent qualitative studies, and that, in research terms, means mainly interviews and observation. So that means someone comes along who's an independent person, independent from your organisation, and talks to the people that you're helping, and also watches what you're doing to try and gain an understanding maybe of how what you're doing is working, and what you're actually doing, what your model is, if you like, in practice. Level 3 is independent before and after measurement studies. So that again is someone independently coming, and you use a tool such as the STAR, for instance, that Harriet mentioned, or other validated tools, and you use that to measure where the person is at before they start the intervention with horses, and then you repeat it after they've done the intervention with horses. And you can repeat it immediately, or you can repeat it 3, 6, 12 months afterwards. Again, it's an attempt independently to verify the impact of what you're doing. Then above that, we have independent cohort studies at level 4. And that's where you follow a cohort through. An independent person follows a cohort and uses measures independently to validate what you're doing, and again explore how effective you're being in terms of the impact that you want to have. And finally, independent randomized control studies are at the top. And these are studies where you randomly allocate people to groups. You might randomly allocate them to treatment as usual, and randomly allocate them to an equine-assisted intervention. And then you look at how those two groups do in terms of what kind of outcomes are being achieved. So this is used. I've adapted this from a hierarchy of evidence published in the Lancet, but it's used broadly in health care internationally. So this is something that's used globally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the horse course. We do work at BU with other equine-assisted interventions as well, but we've been working with the horse course for some time. So I'm going to use them as a case study to show you how you can build those insights into the effectiveness of an equine-assisted intervention. So these are the two first studies we did. We did an exploration, which was mainly qualitative, and an observational study, which was with the young offenders in the Young Offenders Institute. That was published a long time ago now, I think 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. And we also did an evaluation of the horsemanship that the horse course were using. So their model, if you like, their way of doing things with the horses. Because we wanted to look at that in relation to the equine science internationally around how horses learn, to try and provide an intervention and ensure that an intervention was being provided which was kind to the horse and put their needs at the front along with the human being. So this was an attempt earlier on to do that, which is also a published paper. So what we found in these studies was that through working in a non-judgmental way, which was action-based and experiential, the offenders moved from being anxious and ineffectual to calm, assertive and confident. And it was very interesting doing the study, because the general opinion seemed to be that the youngsters were bad, which is why they were behaving the way they were. But in fact, many of them were sad and frightened. And it was a very frightening environment, I know from going in there myself. And we did that, and that was through observation. So we videoed, and we had 5 independent people view those videos. Again, having independent evaluation is really important, because if you're involved in something, then you're obviously more open to bias, in terms of research. So independence is really useful. And we also looked at 12-month reoffending rates, and they were reduced by 27%. It was a small group, though, but it was still statistically significant for that small group. And these rates of reoffending were from the national, what's expected nationally from that type of offender, and that was mapped for each of those 25 people. In relation to the horsemanship study, that was found to be a very close match. The type of horsemanship that was being used was found to be a very close match with how horses learn and how you stress them the least in terms of helping them to help humans. Then level 3, if you remember that hierarchy of evidence. And now we're going to before and after study, which is in the journal J, and a study in animals around mechanism of action. And we're currently doing some more very exciting study. We just finished our data collection for a pilot on mechanism of action of equine-assisted interventions. And there's a little video at the end of this presentation to give you some insights into what we're currently doing. But that paper was published in Animals in 2019. And this one was around the implementation of an equine-assisted intervention, and was looking at the outcomes measured before and after. If you remember, that's kind of level 3 on the pyramid. So what we found in these studies was, even in a shorter time as 30 minutes, people moved from anxious, fearful, excited to happy, proud, calm, and accomplished. This was achieved very quickly with healthy participants who've not done the program before. And we found in the mechanism of action study that we humans, when we ask a horse to do something, experience emotional arousal, and which we can measure through the skin becoming a better conductor of electricity for a short period. And it's the sweat that we secrete, which is different from if we run around or get hot or whatever. So we can see when that emotional arousal occurs, and we can measure it. And these are the charts of measurement from all the participants on that pilot program. And we also videoed, so we could see when it was artifact, because we were measuring from people's wrists. So again, we had independent researchers look at that to actually analyse the data again using the same methodologies. And then it seemed, and our hypothesis is, which we're working further to test at the moment, is that people can learn to deal with emotional arousal in a very positive environment with a horse, and they can be coached to a successful outcome. And then that way of dealing with emotional arousal can transfer into their everyday life. And this is a published paper. All the papers that are on this presentation are available free online. So if you just put the title in, put my name in, you'll be able to read them in detail, download them, whatever you want to do. So we also did the before and after scores, and you can see these up here. And you'll notice that this first line here is those 8 skills off the star chart, and then those are the scores, positive score changes, negative and no score changes, and then the total number of participants. You'll notice that there are some negative score changes and no score changes, and you would expect that in a sample in any study. If you had a study where everyone changed 100%, then you would suspect that the results have been tampered with. Okay, so this is to be expected. But you'll notice that calmness, in all the analysis I've done on the horse course data, calmness is always the strongest outcome with the most people, with the most participants. And the statistical significance was strong for that data before and after, with 154 participants. This is a more recent study. It's just in the process of publishing. This is level 4, so this is a cohort study that was done in partnership with Dorset Council and their Troubled Families programme. So the horse course takes troubled family referrals, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with Troubled Families. This is a UK programme, government policy for those of you watching internationally, which tries to help families with multiple complex issues. And it means that the local authority who make the referral to the equine assisted programme, they collect data from a variety of organisations. They collect crime-related data, they collect healthcare data, and they collect social work and social care data. And they put that data together to try and see whether the intervention has had a positive impact in the 12 months after the intervention occurs. So you'll see here that in relation to domestic abuse, we had 4 groups that we were comparing in this study. We had a control group that were known to the Troubled Families Initiative but weren't getting any support. And you'll see there that in the 12 months after the date where the other participants went on the horse course, this group didn't, they weren't getting any support. The domestic abuse flags from the police, from health service and from social services went up by 17%. We've then got them where they get the basic option for troubled families, which is the next group that we studied, and that means they get a support worker. So they have support worker impact who organises help for them, and in that 12-month period, they reduce their domestic abuse flags in that group by minus 26%. In the Troubled Families Plus, which is this third one here, the domestic abuse flags were reduced by 33% in that 12 months. And when people were getting the key worker help and the horse course, the domestic abuse flags reduced by 51%. And also, in our analysis, we found that the horse course were being referred the most complex families, the most complex issues as well before they started, and they had the biggest reduction. So that's our most recent study. Again, these are hard measures, collected independently, collected by the local authority through a data sharing agreement, and then again analysed separately by the university and 2 independent researchers. So I'm going to hand you over back to Harriet now to talk a bit more about what the horse course offers.
Hi, very briefly. We've got a site in Weymouth where we do our equine assisted interventions, and we also train other people to set up their own centres around the country and replicate what we do. All our equine assisted work is by referral only from professionals, so I just wanted to mention what we do have open for the public, which is our non-verbals toolbox training, which is where we will teach you to recognise, both in yourself and others, how body language is a real clue to the emotional state of the person. And we have a very simple model, which once you've learnt it, you'll never forget it. And we started by teaching that to professionals, because when they were referring to us, they would say, well, you seem to be working with people rather differently and it kind of works, so please teach us how to do that. And now we offer that to the public as well, and all the families that come through our service get this as well. So we've got a stand in the hall outside, and you can pick up one of these, which is just like a little lightning guide, so you'd be very welcome to one of those. And if you want to come and do the workshop, you can do it on site or on Zoom, and we're on Eventbrite, which is listed on here, but it's also linked from our website, thehorsecourse.org. So please join us for that. If you come on site, you get a bit of horse time as well, but if you can't make it, then come on Zoom and we do our best to do it that way. So that's that. So that's what I've just said. You can pick that up. And we wanted to talk about this very exciting new research that Professor Hemingway and her team are doing, which is actually an attempt to take the horse course into the virtual world, but driven by neuroscience. So there's a video that explains that reasonably clearly. I'm afraid it's me again. Just wanted to say, if you are looking up Professor Hemingway's research, it's Hemingway with one M, not two, as at the beginning of the presentation, so you won't find them if you look on two M's. So here's another little video for you. I'm Harriet Laurie and I'm the Chief Executive of the Horse Course in Dorset. Today we're hosting Bournemouth University, a whole team of people. We've got somebody from neuroscience, we've got somebody from their VR, virtual reality department, and we've got Dr. Hemingway, who has studied us for a long time, and she's here from the public health department. And together, what they're doing today is they're going to work with all sorts of equipment. They've wired up the horse that we're going to use. They're wiring up a subject. So we've got a kind volunteer who's going to be our subject today. And she's going to be wearing EEG on her head, something else on her wrist, so they can measure brain waves and heart rate variability, and something called galvanic skin response, which is like how sweaty you're getting, and it's the emotional sweat, not the activity sweat, that it picks up on. So they're going to be looking at what's going on while I teach someone with a horse in the way that we normally do at the horse course. And our goal is to help people get calmer, more focused, better communicators, basically better emotional controls and better thinking skills. So while we're doing a few of our typical exercises, the team will be sitting, recording everything, and then they'll be able to take that away to their lab and decode it all, find out what's really going on, because for years we've been measuring what the outcomes are, but we don't know what's really going on inside people's brains. So they're going to find that out, and the ultimate hope is that we could recreate the horse course in a virtual reality world and still get the same effect as we do in the real world. And clearly you'd only be able to do that if the horse in the virtual world reacts to you, just like our horses react to you in the real world. So part of why they're strapping this poor girl up with all this gear is to find out which are the key measurements that you could then wear whilst playing with a virtual reality horse course. And those measurements would then inform how the horse responds to you moment to moment. So it would still be a very individualized, interactive experience. So this is just the beginning. This is like day one of the pre-pilot experiment, but it's really exciting to have everyone here, and I can't wait to get going on it. So let's go. Details, so please get in touch if you want more information, and we can take questions now if you have any, and there's a microphone that will come to you, so please don't ask a question until, here it is, John's going to bring it to you. Yeah, hands up, anyone who's got, hurrah! Yes. Otherwise the YouTube people.
Eligible to be referred, and also you've talked about offenders and children. Are there other people who might have needs that maybe could be referred to you as well?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about people who might have suffered trauma,
absolutely,
moral injury through the work they do, which is something our organisation is looking at. So really keen to understand if it's
Yeah, I can
available
answer
to those
that.
types of people as well?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Thank you. We take referrals. We're unusual in that we work with a really broad range of people from 8 years old to adult, and with whole families as a group, but we work with them individually and then pull them together. So our referral criteria is really based around that STAR. If somebody needs any or all of those skills to be improved, then we can help them. So we really say it's about, is someone struggling with significant difficulties which is causing social exclusion of some sort. So prisoners are socially excluded, people suffering domestic violence are socially, anyone who's suffered a trauma may be isolating themselves or unable to work or unable to go to school. So that term social exclusion sounds like a buzzword, but it was the only one that kind of covers every cohort that we work with. So our referrals come from typically the NHS through CAMS and CMHT, but also GPs, through social services, mostly children's services, but from any social worker, pretty much, you know, from early intervention right through to children at the edge of care. And adults and whole families, as I've said, through educational establishments, so schools and learning centres. We don't work with learning disability. That's not quite true because many of our referrals will have ADHD or ASD, autism spectrum disorders. We can work, and they're absolutely a core part of our work. We cannot work with people who are non-verbal because our horses are chosen for being very sensitive, very reactive, and we have to be able to verbally communicate to keep people safe. So that's our sort of, you know, and we'll always try and adapt for disability and for learning disability, but there are areas we cannot go just from a safety point of view. And then finally, we'll take referrals from specialist organisations such as substance misuse services, even bereavement services, really any professional that's supporting someone and finds that talking isn't working. There's just either they can't engage with it or they engage but aren't progressing. It's a good referral, and normally referrers just phone up, have a quick chat, and then we work out between us what might be suitable. But I haven't ever heard of moral injury, so I'm very keen to talk to you. Yeah. Any other questions? This gentleman.
I was just wanting to know, what is it about working with horses that releases that sort of, like you said, I believe you mentioned the sort of emotional sort of sweat, as it were. What is it that is it just horses that do that, or is there any other forms of animal work that can help with that?
So I'm going to stop you there because I don't think we can answer that question yet.
No, I think having a big charismatic animal, which you're learning to communicate with through your body language, it seems that then we ask them to do things and we don't quite know what they're going to do. And that seems to cause us, some emotion. But we don't really understand whether we're communicating with horses through using emotion. Because our non-verbal way of communicating, say with small children, we all have a way of communicating non-verbally. We do it all the time anyway, but we tend to ignore it. But we do communicate with, for instance, with children that are non-verbal, and it's mainly through emotion. It's smiling or frowning or reaching out to them or soothing them. And it's really, there's a lot of emotion within it, and we don't quite understand whether the emotion is a response to kind of through your body and your intention asking the horse to do something, or whether it's because you don't know what you're expecting, or whether it's part of the communication process, because as anyone who's been around horses knows, they're very emotional. But we forget that we're also extremely emotional, and that's kind of forgotten. Everyone says, the horse has a massive amygdala, it's just a big bag of emotions. Yeah, but we are also extremely emotional, and we are dominated by our emotions all the time. What is the most powerful construct in terms of the big decisions we make in life, where we live, who we live with, who we have intimate relationships with, that's about love, and that's an emotion. So all of this is very under-researched, and we don't really understand it fully yet. And the team were very keen to work with other animals as well to gain some insights. But it's quite likely that the horse, as a big prey animal, is offering something a bit different to, say, a dog, who's a predator more like us. And they can offer great company, I'm sure, social interaction. You can gain friendships through that, all kinds of positive things. But it's yet to be tested as to whether that works in the same way as it does with horses, really. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. My name is Anne Abraham. I'm chair of the Dorset Mental Health Forum, but I'm also pro-chancellor of Bournemouth University, so I'm very interested on lots of fronts here. I was trying to make connections with the Forum Sports and Social Programme, which is all about, I don't really want to talk about what's troubling me, but I quite like a game of football, or a walk, or do a bit of gardening. I just wondered if you see a read across, beyond animals really, to making these connections, emotional connections, if you like, which is equally effective. But the other question I have is how did all this get going? Because how did you two connect with each other? And it's such fascinating stuff to listen to.
Well, I think from your first kind of insight, I think that you're yes, there is a read across, and for me, thus far, the main read across is around no stigma, no pressure, not having to relive traumatic experiences. None of that is done at the horse course. The participants are treated as horses, basically. So you treat them in the same way as a horse. So you're waiting to see how they respond in their bodies, and you're responding to that, with advice and coaching, etc., as the excellent facilitators do. But so there's a massive read across from that perspective, which is massively required, because we don't need to medicalise everyone's anxiety, for instance. As Harriet said, anxiety, being calm can be taught as a skill. It doesn't have to be medicalised. It doesn't mean that someone has to be labelled, and it doesn't mean that they have to relive traumatic experiences, which is I feel quite negative in the way that we deal with mental health.
I just want to say, Dorset Mental Health Forum run a session with us once a week at the moment, doing. Yeah, because our core programme is our equine assisted intensive work, but we also have follow-on support through a horticulture programme. So if people need that longer term support, because often people have come to us from a really difficult point in their lives where they may have been quite isolated for years, and they then say, well, I now have found somewhere I feel safe, and you've only given me a week, and what do I do now? So we developed a follow-on programme which is all around growing food from seed in a greenhouse, and then we've got a kitchen garden and hens, and it's all about bringing people together in groups and learning to grow, learning to cook, learning to eat together, share friendships and so on. And we're very proud to host the forum with their own group of people in recovery, to use our resources as well. So that's really lovely.
And also you asked about how we got together. Well, that's very interesting, because that's about creating an academic environment and engaging with your local community in that, because we met at a PhD student's lunchtime seminar presentation. So we were both in the audience.
Yeah,
and
so I founded the horse course, and I started really as a bit of it really was an experiment. I had a full-time job, but I had become very, very interested in this particular style of horsemanship, Pirelli. This is about 15 years ago, and I realised that it had some stuff around how to get horses to manage their own emotions, which sounds like such a funny thing to say, but I learned that you can teach a horse to manage their own emotions rather than just trying to shut them down. And I thought, gosh, if that works with a horse, wouldn't it work with us? We're mammals too. And having, my own sort of family, having experienced some talk therapy that hadn't worked very well, I thought, well, maybe some people just don't want to talk about their problems. Let's see whether I could somehow create something out of this. So I came up with an idea, worked for quite a few years on how that would look, and then got an opportunity to try it out in a prison. And I thought, oh, great, that's brilliant, because it's a closed environment, you know, and they must measure stuff, so we'll be able to tell whether it works or it doesn't. So I went in all sort of bright-eyed into prison and worked with, so the group we decided to try this out on was violent young men who could not or would not engage with talk-based interventions, so all the classroom-based programs. And it was incredible. We had incredible success, and so I thought, oh, well, I better keep doing this. But I was very committed to measurement. I had a very good job, which I realised I would have to give up if I was going to make this into something. So I was at the university finding out what research is going on in this field, and I met Anne. I think you'd heard that I was doing something in prison, came and said, we should measure you. And so we did. So we've worked together for over 10 years now. Any other questions? Oh, a gentleman at the back. Where's John has disappeared with the microphone. Hold up, because otherwise the people on YouTube
can't hear you.
Our friends on YouTube can't hear you. Just 1 second, thanks.
Sorry, have you done any work with Asperger's? If you look at the risk list,
yes.
Number 1, which I think a lot of them come under.
Oh, right.
Thoughts, you know,
yes. Yes. So Asperger's is on that autistic spectrum, and we get lots of referrals who are somewhere on that spectrum, and often with you know, what Anne would call a comorbidity of ADHD as well. So we very often find the two together are particularly problematic, and those children and adults are very poorly understood, and the way that people try and manage them can make things worse. So we try and help them find a way to manage themselves, but we also train the people around them in our non-verbals toolbox. So yes, we do have quite a lot of success.
And also a lot of the referrals, because I've looked through 350 referrals in some detail to the horse course, are referred for behavioural issues. Yeah. They haven't got as far as any kind of mental health services. They're referred by social workers and teachers or other charities or other people they're working with, or they've refused to work with health services and mental health services, and so they're referred with behavioural problems, and the biggest proportion are anger management and violent problems, but they come with underneath that, with the comorbidities, as Harriet said, there's a whole range of different labels that those people have. Yeah. But what's so fascinating is they come out with the same outcomes.
Do we have any final question? No, that was the final question.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ready? Cool. Okay, lovely. Hello everyone and welcome. Really nice to see you guys here today. Thank you so much for taking the time to come down. It's a real privilege for me to be talking to you guys today, and ladies. My name's Fiona. My business is Bournemouth Wellbeing Experience, and I run it with my husband. And what we do is we focus on helping people with kind of 3 pillars: their fitness, their nutrition and their wellbeing. So my husband's a PT, so he does a lot of obviously the fitness stuff. I'm a nutritional coach, and we also do a lot of kind of pop-up events, 1 and 2 day wellbeing experiences, giving people just some time to kind of come out of their normal day-to-day life and just focus on themselves. So kind of that's what we do. So today I'm, as I say, I'm really thankful to be here, and I'm going to be talking to you guys about eating for your wellbeing and how closely the two are connected, from your mental and emotional health to actually what you're fueling your body with. So probably when you start to think about actually eating well and kind of filling your plate with lots of nutritious food, most people then tend to kind of go to link it with your physical health. And absolutely, what you eat is definitely paired with your physical health, how you look aesthetically, probably how you feel in your clothes, how much energy you have and that sort of thing. But it's absolutely just as much linked to your mental health. And I think sometimes that little bit gets missed there. So a lot of people think your food is definitely around kind of more of your physical being, and maybe making sure that you're kind of not on track for any kind of like horrible heart disease, strokes, diabetes, that sort of thing. But actually, we're going to park that physical side today, and I'm going to talk to you about the mental health side of what you put in your body and how you can really support your mental well-being by fueling your body right. So a few benefits really from eating well and a nutritious plate, and I'll go into kind of what that looks like in a second. But benefits, as I said, your physical health is going to be better if you're eating well. You're going to have improved mood, which is always good. You're going to feel a little bit happier. There's lots of food that you can eat that kind of help you achieve that. More sleep. So if you're eating well, your sleep is going to be better. And I don't know about you, but I definitely would want more sleep, and I definitely want more energy. And I think my sleep and my energy is pretty good. If you ask me if I want to give my children more energy, I would probably say no. They're 3 and 6 and they're crazy. So, but as we get older, it's really, really important to start to listen to your body and listen to the signs and the kind of ideas that it's giving you, saying actually something's not quite right. I'm not quite getting enough sleep. I'm not quite having the energy that I really think I should have. My mood isn't actually as great as it should be. What can I do to change that? And the other thing it can do is help with mental clarity. So you know those days when you're really on the ball, you know what's going on, you do your tasks at home and you're quick, it's easy. And there's other days where you're like, oh, this is taking ages. I just can't make a decision on what I need to do here. I'm sat in front of my laptop and this piece of work or whatever I'm doing is taking longer than I should do. You need to ask yourself the question, if any of these things are not in a good place, is it to do with what you're eating and what you're putting in your body? And I would say there would be some definite improvements that probably all of us could make. So there's so many studies out there to kind of show links to your mental health about as well as much as your physical health. Lots of studies to show that there's lots of links to what you eat, and also anxiety and depression, and also helping to relieve some of the symptoms of those as well. And also, I'm not going to go too much into gut health because that's a whole nother kind of, I could probably talk for a couple of hours on that, but your gut health as well, and what you're eating is very much linked to how healthy your gut is, so what's going on inside of your body. Your emotions are also very much linked to your gut health. So if you're not in a good place, and that might be in terms of anxiety, stress, you're just a bit sad, you've got depression, anything like that, it's going to affect how your gut is reacting and working for your body. So you need to make sure you're fueling your body to give your gut the best possible chance, if you are feeling a little bit like that, to really kind of ramp up and really work as it should do. Okay, so how do you do all those great things? Because I think there's a lot of information out there about what good looks like and what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And some of the things that we do that we should be doing are actually really, really simple. The first one is no kind of probably big surprise to people, but actually making sure you're really hydrated is so important. That's almost like your number one. If you're not having enough fluid, you might find that your concentration's not quite there. You kind of maybe like not making decisions quickly as possible. You can't be bothered to get up the sofa even though you've got loads of stuff to do. Actually at work maybe you're not kind of quite on the ball. Constipation as well, so that physical pain, that physical uncomfort, that might be to do because you're not drinking enough fluid. And if you're uncomfortable and your brain's a bit foggy, your day's not going to be very good. So what should you be doing? So again, some people think you should drink litres and litres of water. I'm sure we're probably all guilty in here. I know I am, thinking, well, I've got to drink lots of water, and it gets to kind of 5 o'clock and I'm like, oh God, my water bottle's still full, had good intentions and it hasn't happened. But these kind of small reminders are really, really important for us to kind of help our mind clarity. So about 6 to 8 glasses a day is kind of where you need to be aiming for, but everybody is different, okay? That is like an average. People are different shapes, sizes, have different day, what they're doing, different heats they're in, any kind of stress and things like that can really affect how much fluid that you keep in your body. So just use that as a guide. Obviously, water is your best option, but tea, coffee, juices, smoothies, they all count towards your fluid intake. I get a lot of questions about that. Oh, does tea and coffee, because it's got caffeine in, is it included? It absolutely is, but just be mindful, how much tea and coffee or kind of like carbonated drinks are you having? How much caffeine's in there, I'll talk about caffeine in a minute, but how much sugar's in those. And smoothies and fruit juices are also fine, but again, just think about how much sugar is in there, although they might be natural sugars. You want to make sure that you're not kind of overindulging in some of those. So I would say water is definitely the key, definitely your kind of first stop. But yeah, keeping yourself hydrated, you will, like a challenge to all of you, increase your water intake for a week consistently. You will feel a difference, whether that's kind of inside, or it might be that your skin feels a bit nicer, or your brain's not as foggy. You will absolutely find a difference, but just increase it a little bit more than you did the day before, and it will definitely help. I touched upon gut health. Gut health is so super important, and I think it gets a bit lost sometimes, but as I said earlier, it absolutely has a connection with your emotions. So if you're not in a good headspace from any extent, so small to large, that's going to show up in your gut. Okay, and what that does, it can either make it slow down, so it's not digesting the food properly, or it can speed it up, so maybe it's not getting all the right nutrients out of the food that you're putting into it. So check in with yourself. What's going on emotionally? Is that going to affect your gut? What can you feed yourself to give your gut that little bit of extra boost? And there's a whole load of foods that will kind of keep that. So your gut loves fibre, so you want to have a really high fibre diet, and you can get that thing from things like beans, broccoli, berries, avocado, whole grains, apples, dried fruit, just to name a few. But have a think about, how can I put a little bit of more of these foods in my diet each day? You don't need to go and eat a whole load of them, because that's probably a bit extreme, but just those little changes that you can make to your day-to-day diet to help your gut is putting these sort of foods in there. Again, your gut loves fluids, so again, the hydration goes really key. All of these things are really, really well connected, and you almost can't do one without the other. And exercise as well. Exercise is really good for keeping your gut in check. The other thing, so your gut health, I say it will show on the outside. So I know if I'm maybe not eating particularly well, or I've like overeaten maybe some stuff and that kind of thing, just kind of normal stuff that happens, I can start to feel it from the kind of the outside of my body. So for me personally, it means that actually my skin might start to have a few breakouts, my hair might not be as shiny and glossy as I would quite like it to, but those sort of things, they're telltale signs that I need to go, actually, I need to listen to what my body is telling me, and I need to look after the inside, because although you can't see it, you'll be able to see how your gut is reacting and how your gut is performing on the outside of your body. So again, if you start to feel those sort of things, or see those breakouts, or maybe your nails or your hair or anything like that, kind of ask your question, what sort of foods am I feeding myself? Are they good, nutritious foods? Are they serving me well or not? And it might be to do with your gut health, but I mean, gut health is a whole There's so much information out there, but really focusing on including those in your diet will really, really help you. So the next one to include in your diet to have really good mental health is protein. So protein's amazing for so many things. If any of you exercise, then it's great for muscle repair. It actually keeps you fuller for longer. So if you're thinking, I'm really hungry, I need to fill myself up, actually your proteins will be better than your carbohydrates, although you kind of think that carbohydrate will give you that instant gratification. It's your proteins that will make you feel fuller for longer, and probably stop you eating so much as well. So then you might start to think about, actually, if you've got a goal of weight loss, that you're losing a few pounds, so again help you feel a little bit better about yourself and that kind of stuff. But yeah, lots and lots of proteins around. So if anyone is vegan or vegetarian, that's fine. There's still lots of protein sources that you can have: lentils, soy products, nuts, seeds, beans, peas, cheese, and obviously your obvious ones like lean meats, chicken, fish is really good as well. So what is it in proteins that is kind of causing that help with your mental well-being? It's actually they've got packed through full of amino acids. So these basically are the kind of the chemicals that help your brain help regulate all your kind of like your happy emotions. So the more that we can make sure that we've got good portions of protein going on in our diet daily, is really going to help us and kind of like help your brain really function in a really positive way to actually be the best version of yourself. And who doesn't want to be the best version of themselves? Everyone wants to strive to be, I don't know, whatever your goal is, to be a little bit better, to be a bit happier, to be a bit more chilled out, whatever it might be. But these amino acids are amazing, and they work with your brain, the chemicals there. So, and I'd kind of say as a starting point, you want to try and have a protein portion in all of your meals. And again, it depends on individuals. So we're all individuals, so people need different amounts. So if somebody is training lots and they've got a goal of kind of being really fit and lean, that kind of thing, they will really have a high protein intake. Whereas just someone who's day to day maybe does a little bit of exercise, hasn't got any specific kind of like physique goals, you would still need a good portion of protein. And I do find most people aren't eating enough protein, and it doesn't necessarily mean you need to go and cook like 10 chickens and eat them all, because that's just too much. But yeah, think about in your daily diet, how can you just increase your protein a little bit, okay? You don't have to make huge, big changes, but all of these changes add up to making a big difference to kind of how your mental health is and how those chemical balances are in your brain as well. The coffee, everyone loves coffee. Everyone loves coffee in here. Yep, I love a coffee. I actually stopped drinking coffee for about 8 years. And then I had my second child, and now I love coffee. So I tend to limit myself to maybe 1, sometimes 2 cups a day. Yeah, I don't normally like to have more than that, but there's lots of health benefits for coffee, and caffeine is what we're talking about. So I'm not saying cut out all caffeine and don't drink coffee, because it'd be a bit sad. And actually, there are health benefits for that as well. But caffeine is great because it gives you that kind of burst of energy, and it kind of gives you that little buzz, and it's probably a lot of a habit in a lot of people's lives, in their day-to-day lives. So okay, right, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to have my cup of tea, and then I can't get ready until I've had my cup of tea and I'm ready for the day type thing. And that's fine, but just make sure that just think about how much caffeine you're having and how often you're having it, okay? So if you're someone who is drinking lots and lots of caffeine throughout the day, and you go to bed and your sleep is not great, or you think it's good but it could improve a little bit, maybe have a look at how much caffeine you're having throughout the day. And again, it's different for everybody. Some people, they can drink caffeine up to 4, 5, 6 o'clock and have no problems going to sleep. Other people, actually, they might hit 12 o'clock, and if they start having caffeine after that, they will start to see effects on how they're sleeping. And obviously how we're sleeping is going to affect how rested we are, how much energy we have, so kind of how you wake up the next day feeling groggy or not. So just have a think about how much caffeine are you having, and that is in tea, coffee, fizzy drinks, energy drinks, some chocolate as well. So there's kind of all these kind of hidden sources of caffeine as well. So just have a think about that. If you do drink a lot of caffeine, have a think about, if you do want to start to reduce the amount that you're having, is how you do that, because you might start to have some sort of withdrawal symptoms from doing that. So that could be from, you could have heart palpitations from withdrawing from caffeine, some kind of anxiety feeling kind of going on here or here. Headaches is super common as well, and you'll find if you're someone that has a lot of caffeine and for whatever reason you have a day when you're not, and it's maybe not intentionally, and you're starting to get headaches, it's a sign that your body's telling you you're probably having a little bit too much and you're a little bit reliant on it. So have a think about how can you reduce that a little bit. So it might be that you might switch to decaf for some of those things. If you're having lots of energy drinks, please stop now. They're not good for you. They might give you a 20-minute high, but that low is going to come much more down here than you were ever up there. And yeah, switch to decaf if you can as well. But as I said, a little bit of caffeine is not bad, but know your body. Listen to what your body is telling you. So if you're someone that can drink coffee all day and have no impact on that, that's fine. But again, another challenge for you. If you drink a lot of caffeine and you think you're fine, stop for a couple of days and see what happens. See what your body tells you, okay? Do you need to make any changes? Is your body kind of crying out saying, hey, I need some more caffeine? And if it is, you might need to strip that back a little bit. So healthy fats. So I don't know if everyone can see that okay. So yeah, healthy fats. So we need some good healthy fats in our body, and that's basically for our brain to be really kind of well functioning. Healthy fats have lots of omega-3 to 6s. So basically keeps our brain working really well oiled. So that thing about mental clarity, we're on the ball, we can make decisions, we're clear in what we're thinking about. Okay, if you take all of these things, you don't have them in your diet, you're not going to be the best version of yourself. And again, as I said before, that's what we should all strive to be to some extent. Okay, we don't need perfection. Perfection is really hard and probably quite painful. Actually, what can you do to incorporate some of these things into your daily habits, into your daily food, into your daily plates of food that's you can increase these slightly. So things like oily fish is incredible. You've got obviously lots of protein in there as well. Plus you've got all your healthy fats. So fish is amazing if you're not veggie or vegan. All nuts and seeds, apart from the like dry roasted and the salted, kind of seeds and nuts are amazing, specifically walnuts and almonds. So again, think about, they're a great snack, okay? Most people love a snack at some point during the day. Snacks are fine, snacks are good, they keep you going. But think about actually maybe swap some of your, like if you're kind of snacking on like chocolates and stuff like that or sweet things, actually is there anything like walnuts and things like that that you could snack on instead? And again, do a little test on yourself, see how you feel. Do something consistently for a period of time and check back in on yourself. How are you feeling? How much energy do you have? How do you feel here? How do you feel emotionally? How present are you in what you're doing? Okay. Some oil, sunflower oil, olive oil, sunflower seeds are really good. All seeds are good, but specifically sunflower seeds. Avocados, amazing. Lots of benefits there. Lots of fibre in there as well, good for your gut health. Milk, cheese, yogurts, eggs, those sort of things, high in the good fats. You obviously want to stay away from like trans fats. So they're things that are found in especially those kind of like ready-made cakes, kind of mixtures that you just kind of add stuff in. They taste quite nice, but yeah, they're probably not very good for you. Biscuits and things like that. And again, probably the things that trans fats are in are all stuff that maybe when we're not feeling great emotionally, that we kind of think, oh, I just want to go and eat that big cake or those crisps, or actually I just want that burger, or whatever your thing is that you kind of go to. Again, if you're feeling like that, check in with yourself. What's going on here? Okay, I'm not saying don't ever eat any of that stuff, okay, because it's life, and I think everything in moderation is good, within reason. But yeah, fill your plate with lots of healthy fats. And again, think about each of your meals, your breakfast, your lunch and your dinner. How can you put some of these on your plate? If you do that already, amazing. And some of this stuff isn't kind of like new, like off the shelf, kind of like new things. This is kind of your kind of your basic stuff. And there's all these weird and wonderful diets out there, but kind of stick to your basics about having good fats, lots of lean, good proteins, keeping hydrated. If you kind of add some more into your diet, into your daily life, you will start to see a difference in how you're feeling in yourself, mentally, and probably physically as well. So lots of other foods here that have that are good for kind of brain health. So nuts, pulses and grains, oats, porridge oats, amazing for breakfast. Overnight oats, amazing. You can put some lovely berries in there, full of loads of antioxidants. Anyone that's exercising or anyone who gets out of breath as well, berries are amazing, specifically cherries as well. So they've got lots of antioxidants in them, and they actually open up your arteries. So when you're kind of out of breath, they really help kind of open up your arteries so the oxygen could get round to kind of get your recovery back down a little bit quicker as well. So kind of think about how you can incorporate those. Bananas, lots of potassium, again, really good for any muscle recovery. And again, although that's a physical thing, actually the more that you can exercise, the more it's going to release those happy endorphins. So you're going to recover better from your exercise. You're going to want to exercise more because you're not going to be in pain. And then actually that cycle is just a big cycle of kind of your physical and your mental health. They're so connected. And obviously lots of vegetables. I always say that what grows together goes together. So if anyone isn't particularly experimental in the kitchen, that's absolutely fine. Think about the things that are in season, and they probably taste good together, is my kind of tip. So throw them all in, see what happens, experiment, enjoy what you're cooking as well. And yeah, and obviously oily fish, I've said, avocados, nuts are really good as well. Okay, foods to avoid. I'm really sorry, there's some really good stuff on here, but it's stuff that we really should be avoiding, okay? So I don't know about you, anyone here that has children or has any nephews and nieces or anything like that, you give them a bag of sweets, they love you, they go crazy, they jump all over your sofas and all that kind of stuff, and then all of a sudden they hit that crash and it's like, oh, they've had their sugar rush, that's why they're misbehaving or they're going crazy, okay? It absolutely happens to adults as well. It's just probably not as physical, so you're probably not rolling around the floor and jumping all over my sofas, but it does happen to us. So a lot of these things, so you've got obviously like fried food, processed meats, sweets, cakes, chocolates, ice creams, lots of artificial sugars in here. And again, I'm not saying avoid these at all costs. Life without cake is a pretty sad place to be. But just think about how much of these are you having in your diet and how often are you having them? Are you eating this sort of food more than 50% of the time? If you are, you absolutely need to make a change to that, okay? And again, it's not about perfection. It is about making small changes to your diet to improve your well-being and your emotional health and also your physical health. That's going to happen as well if you're making good changes to your diet. Obviously, alcohol is on there. I mean, I like a glass of wine. Do I probably think that sometimes I shouldn't drink that wine? Yeah, probably shouldn't. But again, everything in moderation, and think about actually how much are you drinking? How often are you drinking? What are the reasons you're drinking? Okay, those sort of things, really good. Always check in on yourself. If you're behaving in a way or you're leaning towards something, ask yourself why. I work with a lot of one-to-one clients, and I won't go into too much, but kind of emotional eating sits very much in this realm of kind of what we go to when we're maybe in a state of an emotional high or an emotional low. And a really good kind of acronym to kind of stop yourself and ask is HALT. So ask yourself, actually, I'm about to reach for some of this stuff, like H, am I actually hungry? So H is you're hungry. Am I hungry enough to eat an apple? Yeah, okay, well, maybe I should just go and eat that apple instead. A is anger, kind of stroke emotional. Am I emotional? Do I need to think about what's going on here? Maybe what am I not dealing with that's making me go and open those cookies and actually eat probably half of them. Actually, oh God, they've all gone. And then I feel probably a little bit rubbish about myself. We've all been there, don't worry, I'm not judging. The L is lonely, stroke bored. And I think more so than ever, people are in a lot more due to lockdown. People have kind of been obviously like working from home, things like that. So actually that boredom, you're not probably, are you as sociable as you used to be? Are you having those connections outside of your kind of your space? So think about that. Are you reaching for these foods because you're lonely or bored? And if you are, actually, what can you do instead? Can you go for a walk? Can you call a friend? What do you need to do? And the last one is tired, so tea. So generally, when we're tired, we make bad food choices because you grab something on the run, or you're just like, I can't be bothered, I haven't got the mind space to think about what I'm going to cook, so actually I'm just going to grab that out of the freezer, stick it in the oven, and away I go. So just halt is a really good thing to think about, emotional eating, which really sits in the realm of these things. But limit these, how much are you having and how often are you having them? If it's more than 50% of the time, you need to change it. Really quickly, just talk to you about vitamin deficiency. So lots of research show that lack of vitamin D can actually be linked to anxiety and depression. So there's lots of food sources just over here that you can get that from. So obviously we don't live in a really hot, sunny country all year round. But obviously get outside when you can is kind of my top advice. And then think about what you're eating. If you're kind of in the realms of feeling a bit anxious or kind of feeling a bit low, ask yourself, am I drinking enough? What am I eating? Is my gut health good? Am I sleeping okay? Am I having enough vitamin D? So things like spinach, really dark green leafy vegetables are amazing. Egg yolks, soybeans, red meats, fortified cereals, milks and juices. They've got lots of vitamin D added, and salmon there at the bottom, again, really good oily fish, will give you that kind of boost of vitamin D. So again, how can you put some more of these into your diet? You don't need to go crazy, just add something in, okay? Other supplements, and by all means, if you want to have any supplements, speak to your GP. I'm not a health practitioner, but there are some great supplements as well that you can help that will alleviate some of the symptoms of anxiety and depression. And these are magnesium, saffron, omega-3s, vitamin C, curcumin, which is found in turmeric. But if you have that, so if anyone cooks with turmeric, or you can get the little shots, which are amazing, so many health benefits for that. Make sure it's got cracked black pepper in it, because that's what activates the curcumin within turmeric, okay? But that is amazing. If you can have a shot of those turmeric every day with that in, you will definitely notice a massive difference. But yeah, so there's some supplements that will help, that really, and again, help symptoms of anxiety. I'm not going to say it's going to cure it, but it can absolutely help some symptoms of it. So that's kind of my real whistle stop of kind of what to eat to really help your mental health, and just some other kind of tips for you, because it's not just all about what you eat. Everything, all the kind of pillars of our well-being are absolutely linked with each other, and it's really important. The old saying about filling your cup up before you pour for others, it is absolutely so true, and it's never selfish to have self-care, okay? So my top tip, start your day in a really positive way, and this will be different for everybody. I've read an amazing book called A Miracle Morning. Anyone that wants to shake up their morning routine, I recommend you read it. It's amazing. It's just about setting out a practice for you that's personal, that really sets you up in a really positive way. It's different for everyone. For me, I do a 5-10 minute meditation, I stretch, and then I go and sort the kids out, and then I exercise. And for me, that really sets me up in a really good tone for the day, and hopefully my mind will be set. I'll be in a positive frame of mind. It might be different for other people, okay? You might want to do a lot more than that. Journal, write your gratitude journal, things like that. Take the time to do it. It's so worth it. And again, do it for a period of time. And again, check back in yourself. How do you feel after doing that for a period of time? Do you feel better? I guarantee you will. If you start your day in a positive way and you have a nice routine, it will definitely improve your day. Stay present. And by that, I mean show up in every single thing that you do, okay? And why not? Why would you not show up to, whether that's for you, whether it's for your family, for your children, for your work colleagues, for your boss, for your friends, for your family? Show up, but also be present in what you do. And that even means be present when you eat, okay? Think about, what are you putting on your plate? Are you eating constantly on the rush, so you're not mindful about what's going on to your plate? I know there's been a mindful session today. I'm sure he might have spoken about actually being present. It makes such a big difference. And also, It helps you maybe not overeat if you're mindful about what you're putting on your plate and how much you're eating as well. So be present. Make time for exercise. It's a no-brainer. It will make you feel good. All those endorphins, once you get through that pain barrier, you might not enjoy it at the time, but afterwards you will be pleased with yourself, and you can say well done to yourself for getting up and doing that. And that exercise will look different for everyone. So don't compare yourself. Do what feels right for your body. Eat healthy, fill your plate up, loads of colour. Think about foods that are in season. Think about the foods that I've kind of talked to you about here. It will help with your mind. It will help with clarity. It will help you have better sleep. Socialise. We've been lacking in that for everything that's gone on. So think about that. How much do you socialise? It's good for the soul. Go and see your friends. Go and be around people that build you up, okay? Set yourself goals. That might be a nutritional goal. You might think actually something that you've heard here, I want to do a little bit more of that. Set yourself those goals. Your goal doesn't have to be a London Marathon. Your goal can be, I want to have 1 extra glass of water today. They can be big or small. Take sleep seriously. I didn't until I had my children. Now sleep is king, okay? But it does so much for you. It repairs your body. It's your time for your body to shut down, relax, for your mind to go quiet, okay? Sleep is serious stuff. Get it when you can. Obviously, don't sleep on the job or anything like that. And ask for help. Luckily, I think we're definitely now in more of a position where that's much easier for people. I'm not saying it's always easy, because it's not, but think about who are the people around you that you need help with, that you could ask for help from. They could be a friend, a family member, a colleague, a society, an organisation, a charity, whatever that is. If something is not feeling right for you, go and ask for help. And of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions or speak to anyone kind of separate around from this if you need any help with this as well. And finally, that's it for me. A massive thank you. I hope you have enjoyed my talk today. It's been a pleasure to talk to you all. Hope that even if you haven't learned anything new today, that you have taken a reminder for something, or something you want to do a little bit more of, as a bit of a reminder to really look after what you're putting in your body, because it is absolutely linked to your mental health. And I would welcome you all to visit our social media pages if you would like. We're Bournemouth Wellbeing Experience. We're on Facebook, Instagram. Our email is bournemouthwellbeingexperience.com. It's a long one. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Has anyone got any questions at all for me? No? I've told you everything you need to know. Okay, lovely. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you.